Hello and welcome to 𝗬𝘂𝗀𝐬𝐴. Here you're going to find nothing less than genuine, unedited gameplay and fact-based, honest reviews. All that I ask from you in return is that you comment below what your thoughts are on the game and what you liked or what you think is missing from it. Hello guys, how you doing? Welcome, I'm 𝗬𝘂𝗀𝐴. I've got an interesting game to share with you today. I don't know whether we'll call it a game so much. It's Joy of Programming. It's from 𝗂𝗂𝗬𝐴 and it's technically known as a sort of, well, it says here in fact, software engineering simulator is an immersive 3D programming puzzle game about automating and controlling realistic machines, robots, drones and more using real Python code. Build actual coding skills whilst playing, solve exciting bite-sized programming challenges and progress to unlock new programming features and improve machinery. Python is one of those programming languages that I always wanted to learn. It was always on my wish list, but it never actually happened. In 2009 I had a nasty car accident and my software development career was over. I suffered a head injury, got aphantasia, which means I can't visualize things in my mind. And if you yourself are a software developer or have ever done any software development, you'll know that a vast majority of the development and sort of logic solving is done in your head. At least it was for me. So I'm actually trying to get back into software development at the moment, and maybe a game like this will help me. So I'm very interested to have a look. So here we are. You can see this is not full screen yet. I can't make it full screen. But I get to click on play game in what pretty much looks identical, almost identical to the Steam page that it's actually on. So let's click on that. Let's have a look. Options, video. Now it's full screen. Let's start a game. Let's see what happens. Indentation in Python is used to scope code blocks. For example, all code that should be executed if some condition is true must be indented under the corresponding if clause. Okay. So we do that in software development anyway, but it seems that in Python it's essential. Controls. Pan the camera with WASD and move the mouse to the edge of the screen. Rotate the camera using the right mouse button. And zoom the camera by scrolling in and scrolling out. Goals. No coding yet. Click the delivery container. I was trying to click that little red dot. It meant this thing. Right, delivery container underscore entity delivery container 0. Open the delivery door. So open door. It shows you the code for that. Container equals delivery container dot first. So the first delivery container that you come to. Container dot open door. That's a method. Sesame open. Hashtag. It's like the hashtag sesame open is like just giving you an indication of what it does. That's kind of a coding joke almost. Right, click the conveyor belt. Increase belt speed to greater than 1. Move the slider, then click button. So currently the set target speed, and these are all I was going to say parameters, but that's not what they're called. They're fields. These are all fields, and we can adjust them. So press that and then press what? Click button, it says. That's the details panel. Code, perks, where's the button? So this would be what trips me up. It's like the coding part I'll be fine with, I think. But when it says click button and I can't see a button, my brain's just like, what? I'll be here for hours now looking for this flipping button. Where's the button? Then click button. Button. That button? No. No. Let's try that one. Nope, not that one. Delivery? No. There's be a button on it somewhere. Keep away from belt. Where's the damn button? Is there like a button around? Oh, this is just infuriating. Oh, that button. It's annoying. Anyway, right, so I set it to 1.4. Wait for the box to arrive in the container. Oh, I just noticed that's not picking it up. Oh, no. It's not picking up the game at all. The joy of programming. Hang on. Options, video, full screen. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. Right, so all we did was we clicked on this, we dragged the speed from 0, and then we clicked on this button, which took me about 20 minutes to find. Now I've got to close the door. So if we go on here, close door. Pretty simple stuff. Deliver the box. So delivery, deliver. Got our first star. You haven't missed much. Alright, here we go. Next puzzle. The hardest thing about that was finding the button. Click machines in the 3D view to see details about their sensors and actuators. Mouse over these for tooltips with example usages. Eventually we're going to be writing the code, I imagine. Right, open the code window. For this tutorial, the code is already complete. Read the code and try to see that it will repeat the steps you executed manually in the first tutorial. It's perfectly fine if you do not understand all the details yet. Run the code once you are ready. Welcome to your first Python script. This line starts with a hashtag, meaning it's a comment for your benefit. Python ignores comments. The next 2 lines of code are always required, but can be ignored for the time being. So we're importing the Python JOP, Python Joy of Programming module. It's always required as the first import in order to enable communication. Yep, that's fine. Sim environment connect, so that must be so sim environment is the class, and the connect method, in this case function, to connect to the current level and run the main loop. So that connects to a bit of code in here and makes everything work effectively. Right, variable pointing to the conveyor belt. Conveyor equals conveyor belt got find. So we're finding the conveyor belt here. Set the speed of the conveyor belt. Set the target speed to 1.5. Yep. Container equals delivery container dot find the first delivery container. Open the door. Close the door. Sleep for 7 seconds, and then deliver. Okay. Run the code. That's going to take 7 seconds. Wonder if it'll fail and then it'll ask me to fix it. Excuse me. Perfectly timed. Cool. That's just a code variant of what I did myself. This is great. If you've never got into programming before, this will really help you. You may, I don't know, maybe you have no programming knowledge whatsoever and you're already confused, but trust me, coding is all about don't get confused. Just stay calm. Don't get overloaded by what seems complex, because actually underneath it's all very logical, very simple. Python is an interpreted programming language. The interpreter converts Python commands to machine code at runtime. Okay. Print hello world. The infamous hello world program in Python prints hello world onto the screen. Yep, that's it. Sorry. Print is a predefined function that we can use. Print does exactly what the name implies. Print stuff onto the screen. We call or invoke a function with round brackets and anything within the brackets. Inside we can write a literal string to be printed. We need to surround it in quotation marks like hello world here. Or we could also print the contents of a variable. We omit the quotation marks in this case. Or we could put numbers inside the function, which again don't need quotation marks. The same concepts apply to other functions as well, though they might have different and more parameters. Parameters are just values that you pass in. Happy coding. Right, use Python to start the conveyor belt and drop the barrel on the floor. Hint, mouse over the keywords in the code editor to get help and examples. Open the code window for this tutorial. The code is almost complete. Read it carefully line by line. Okay, so conveyor equals conveyor belt dot find, entity conveyor belt 0, set the speed. Target speed is currently 0, so we'll change that to 1.7. And that's it. Initializing Python. Wait for the barrel to drop on the floor. Ta-da! Finish. In the code editor, click on any keyword and press F1 to see how to use it. The for loop. For every instance of this, do this. Or for every single time this happens, do this. Let's say you want to sum up numbers 1 to 99 and using 𝐃𝐨𝐬𝐵 summation is not allowed. Yeah. The above code is a bad idea. Lots of typing, error prone, and not usable. We'll do a for loop. S equals 0 for I in the range is 100. S plus 1 equals 1 equals I. Whenever you need. This is a for loop that runs exactly 100 times. Okay. It indicates the current iteration number 0 to 99. Note the indentation. We increment our current value of S by the current value of I. So that's indented within. So that's the indentation that we were talking about right at the beginning. So you can see it's incrementing by 1. So it's saying, what is I right now? I is 80. Add 1 to 80. Or increment to the previous number and on it goes. So 80 plus 81, etc., etc. Try the time control buttons in the lower right corner to reset, speed up, or slow down the simulation. Something going on over there. Oh, this is like chucking out boxes, I guess. Open the perks menu. Python keywords, if credentials. Unlock the Python for keyword for loop. That cost me 3 pp. Okay. Burn 5 boxes. So there's a fire here. So target speed, let's say minus 1.7 because we want it to go that way. Nope. No, okay, still going the other way then. Right. That should do it. Now I could have put them all at exactly the same speed, but my thinking is I want to separate the boxes at the end. So this one is deliberately slower so that they're all really close together here. But then on the last two, they should separate nicely. It's not going so fast that it falls off the end either, which is good. Is that just a bunch of tyres? It is. They're very small tyres. Speed it up. So this is a really good visual way of teaching someone Python code. Python code is a lot easier than I've ever given it credit. But it's also incredibly powerful. Use the clear button in the code editor to reset your code to a default boilerplate. In the tutorials, these include a lot of hints. If conditionals. Watch or skip the introduction video. Important, random. A equals random.random. If A is a less than 0.5, print heads, else print tails. Draw a continuous uniform random number between 0 and 1. See, 0 and 1 isn't defined, so I wonder, that must be pre-known, I assume. So if A is less than 1, print heads, otherwise print tails. Yeah. Unlock the Python if. Oh, unlock the Python if. Sorry. How do I get rid of you? Right. Select the laser rangefinder to learn more about it. Rangefinder entity. Okay, so it returns the RFID tag of the entity currently hit by this rangefinder. Returns empty strings if nothing is hit or target has no RFID tag. Scanner equals rangefinder, so the first rangefinder. Tag equals scanner.get RFID tag. If tag is equal to box, then it's a box, else it's a something else tag. Okay. Okay. Move 5 barrels to the container on the right. Right, so we want an if statement in here. I guess I'm writing code for this, am I? So we're writing an if statement, right. So that's saying wow, right. So if tag.rfid. No. Oh, sorry. If tag is equal to box, then how do I get this out of the way? Shift clicked copy. Okay. So if tag is equal to box, then 𝗂𝗂𝗃.find. I've already got the conveyor belt. I've already got the conveyor belt up there. Look, right at the top. They've already done this. So we'll get rid of that. So conv dot set target speed. Target speed. Current speed. So let's say 2. Then underneath, I don't know how this works exactly, but I'm guessing else -2. So what do we want to do? We want to get boxes to the right. Barrels to the right, boxes to the left. Okay. So this needs to be the other way round. And I think we can go up to 4. Right, let's try that. Let's run that. Oh, so the else didn't work. Stop that then. So the else didn't work, so I've obviously coded it wrong. If tag is equal to box, oh, I see. Elif. Else if. I see. I wasn't familiar with that term. And then there's an else. So does it all have to be like that? I'm not entirely sure. Else. Oops. Copy, paste. There we go. Right, I think that's fixed my code issue. Find out. If I've got a syntax error. Line 20. If tag is equal to box, expected that instead. Oh, right. Have I miscoded it? Oh, I see. Barrel. Is that right, or have I got that slightly wrong? Run it and find out. It's playing in a bag. Unexpected indent. Like that. Unexpected indent on line 21. Okay, where I'm not quite getting it then. If tag box. This is not knowing the correct phonetics right here. The logic should be fine. No, still not. Line 21, unexpected indent there. All right. Perk, show me an if statement. If, blah, 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 elif. Oh, I see. The colon goes afterwards. Right. I got it now. I got it now. Right. So it's if, colon. Right, I think that should work. Nope, syntax error. What's wrong with that? Invalid syntax. I thought you just told me to put that there. If, colon. So they don't use colons there at all. Except at the end there's an else with one. Okay. So if tag, elf if, else. Syntax error. Expected. See, look, now it's telling me it is expecting that. Where does that go then? I'm confused. Oh, after each. I get it. Okay, I didn't see that there. So there's one of these at the end of each thing. Normally we use that sort of thing, but not there. We use it at the end of code. Normally I'm used to using brackets. So this is like a complete arse about face way of doing it in my experience. Oh, now what? Indentation in error. Unindent does not match any other indentation levels. This is what's going to throw me. Line 24. Oh yeah, I can see. No? Unexpected indent. But there is an indent. Okay, so there's new indents on the rest of those. Right, so... So that. Yay, we got there eventually. That's learning Python right there. Right, so that... I mean, that is a box, right? Let's reset. Go. Are you going? So the RFID tag, excuse me, is barrel. Ah, is it case-sensitive barrel? Let me just look. Capital B. Could be it. That could definitely be it. Barrel. Box. Run. There we go. It was case sensitive, of course it was. There's probably a variable that I can set that ignores the case sensitivity element. But I don't know what that is right now. But that's working. You can see that's working. And I've actually learnt a bit of Python there. The indentation element of it. That would have irritated me coming up against that problem, not in a game-like environment like this. Oh, you've got a solution up there. Look. Opens up a browser with... Oh, they've made a video.
Using if statements.
Oh, that's cool. Let me show you this. So they've actually got a video here showing you how to complete this particular mission. I'm just going to come and say, loving your game / tutorial. Already learning all about Python indentation and how much I hate it. LOL. Cool. Right, so we finished that mission. Let's do a couple more. I think the idea is that, I think it's brilliant, actually. I'm very impressed. While you can ask the assistant anything, it is only good at answering a set of predefined questions. Start typing to see a suggestion of questions you can ask. Narrow it down with useful search terms, and then select one of the predefined questions. Okay. Selection. In this tutorial, you need to combine what you learned from the previous two tutorials by combining a for loop and an if conditional. Drop off the boxes in front or behind the conveyor belts. You may activate at most 2 conveyor belts. Right, so I need to activate this one and this one then. Was I meant to code that or do that manually? I'm not sure. I guess if the option was there, the option was there. Right click in the code editor to see a context menu with further options like undo, redo, copy paste, show help and more. Transportation. This tutorial gives you an overview of several machines available in the game. Move the box all the way into the digital scale and weigh it. Enter the resulting weight into the input box. So that's a weight machine there. Okay. So target location. Okay, conveyor belt dot find. Set the target speed of 3. That's this thing. Conveyor belt dot 0. Yeah. Turntable conveyor belt. Set target speed 5. Target rotation of 90. So it's going to rotate 90 degrees and drop it onto this box. What are these things? They're pushers. Okay. Okay, let's just run this and see what happens. And we can see where we need to fix it. So there's the rotation. You can see it's clipping, but we'll ignore that. It's the principle of the code that's relevant. So this hasn't moved, so we need to write some code. Oh, it has moved. It just took its time. So now the pushers are pushing it onto here. And the robot arm will pick it up and put it onto here. Okay. Now what's this? It just teleports into there. The end result is that all we got to do? Just get the end result? Okay. So digital scale, entity scale. So, oh, that didn't copy the whole thing. Why is it? Have we already got the digital scale somewhere? No. So, I don't know why it doesn't. Copy that properly. Ah, digital scale. So again, you see, I would not have a capital letter at the front here. So this is like very much going against all the coding techniques that I've been taught throughout my life. It kind of makes it a little bit difficult. Weather scenario? It's there. Get weights method, okay. No? It's a tad annoying that this screen is always all over the thing that I'm trying to look at. Right, get the total mass of kilograms of objects. So scale equals digital scale dot first. Digital scale got first. Right, so let's say scale equals digital scale dot first. Scale got get weight, and then we just need to know what this is. Input entity that deletes it and not copies it. Okay. Call it results. What's it bloody called? Input box. Oh gosh. Input box dot first equals result. Right, so result dot set text is going to be scale dot get weight, I think, unless it's in the wrong version. Speed it up. See if I'm right. Oh, reset. Go. So I've got multiple screens. It'd be really good if I could move the code onto a different screen. I don't know if I can, I haven't tried, but that would be one huge benefit if they could implement that, if it isn't already. So I guess in essence what you're seeing here, with the box being moved across the conveyor belts, picked up by the robot, passed to the next conveyor belt, and then transported and weighed, in essence that's what my mind's eye used to do when I was coding. And after my car accident, I just see an empty room. I don't even see a room, it's just pitch black, there's nothing there. So trying to visualize what's going on here without any of the lights being on, that's kind of what happened to me after my car accident, which is why I basically stopped coding. I'm trying to get back into it. I'm trying to find a way around it. There we go. Perfect. $43 in. Okay, I'll do one more. Scroll control mouse wheel to change the font size in the code editor. Okay. 𝗤𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 destination. Only the first item spawns automatically. After that, you need to decide when to spawn in the next item using the object spawner. Deliver 8 items to their corresponding destinations. Optional goals. Oh. Finish all deliveries in less than, and the timer had already started counting down. Well, that's very naughty. That's very naughty indeed. Right. So I guess... Is that a scanner? That's a range finder. But interestingly, I can't scan to see what item it is until it's on here. But if it gets here, how am I going to get it back to there? Can I move this? No. Can I change the angle of it? No. Can I change this? Oh, there it is. RFID tag box. Problem solved. Rangefinder.scan1. So it's printed in time and seconds. There's literally no code here at all. Right. So the first box drops automatically. So I want scanner 1. What are these things called? Rangefinder. I always do that because I'm so used to coding. Rangefinder. Dot first. So I want to say if scanner 1 dot RFID tag is equal to capital letters barrel still doing it. Right. Not sure why I have to say conveyor 1 dot first. Doesn't conveyor 1 it? I'm not sure. Okay, so once we've got the conveyor, then we could say conveyor 1 dot speed, set speed, set target speed. Okay. What does it go up to? It goes up to 5. Okay, so that would be -5 for that particular thing. I'm not entirely sure I've set that correctly, but we'll leave it as is for now. Right, so if the scanner 1 equals barrel, I don't even know if this is correct coding terminology, but we'll try it anyway. Scanner. Let's think about this. Is it 𝗬𝗂𝗬𝗂? Yeah. Right, so we'll close that off. So if scanner 1, if the tag, basically if it's a barrel, then set the speed to -5. I want to say do that for a certain number of seconds, but I don't know how. Let's do that for a certain number of seconds. What we could do is set this to run really slowly. Set target speed, conveyor belt 0. Conveyor 0 equals... So, okay, so that then will be the first one. This one, I guess, has to be find. Don't know, I'm sort of clutching at straws a little bit here. I think we're going to hit some bugs here and I'll have to fix them afterwards. So I can set the RFID tag. Confused. Set target speed, lowercase s. Okay, that's probably not helping me. It's all back to front. There we go. Set. Not working out as I planned, I'll be honest. Right, let's try that. Let's just see how that one's. Yeah, there we go. Line 27. Expecting an indent block where? Ah, okay. That's my mistake. Yes, that goes there, not there. Oh yeah, I got it. Sorry, yeah. Else. Right. So we got that running at speed, but this is not working. Conveyor belt dot belt 0. Correct. But the problem is, I've no idea where the belt commands are meant to be and where they're not meant to be. Nope, that's wrong. No attribute called belt 0. Conveyor belt dot belt 0. Yeah, so it's lowercase. Conveyor belt dot. Okay, so I've got to find and then the text. Okay. All right. Conveyor belt. Find lowercase in quotes belt 0. Run. Has no attribute called set target speed. Set underscore target speed. Okay, how many? So lowercase, lowercase, lowercase. It's all lowercase. Why is it so confusing? Why doesn't it set that for me? Nope, still wrong. Got to change the other one, that's why. Rangefinder object has no attribute set target speed. What? Oh. So many typos. Get there in a minute. We will. Right. So that is running. So now I need to get this one down. So this just permanently needs to be running. Conveyor belt 3. Okay, so stop that code. Conveyor belt 3. Conveyor belt 4. I'm assuming that's belt 5. Let's have a look. Oh, that's belt 2. 3, 4. Right, so conveyor belt 2 can be constantly set. Maximum speeds. Okay, let's run that and just see if we're all running correctly. Right, so scanner number 2. Is it scanner? Rangefinder, scan 1. Okay, so an 𝐼𝐵 statement over here. So if the statement says box, right, we'll reset and we'll run. Go wrong here. Scan 1 is not defined. Try again. Right, so everything's running. It's moving far too slowly. So we'll stop that and we'll set the new speed at 2. Oh, I see a problem in my logic. It's also fallen over, so that scanner's not picking it up. So that's also a problem. Okay, let's stop that. So that's not going to work. If scanner... How are we going to do this? So I'm going to say else if conveyor 1 don't know how to say not. Look. I would say that if conveyor 1 is not transporting, set the target speed to 5. Okay, so I'm going to have to figure out how to do that. I suppose I could weirdly do it like this. First 10 lines of code. I think that would work. Let's try it. We'll reset and we'll go again. Else, I don't want it to do anything, that's the thing. Do nothing. It's not going to let me do that. Okay, so maybe I could just say current speed equals conveyor.1 dot get current speed. Yeah, okay, that works. And I can just basically do nothing. It's a bit of a long-winded way of doing it, but I'm hoping it works. So why is that thing down the bottom not fired? What is this? Conveyor belt 4. Ah. Okay, so that should work. Object spawner. So spawn equals object spawner dot find spawner. I think it was. So if he's transporting spawn dot, yeah, that's not quite worked out. Spawn, yeah. So spawn dot spawn, I think. Right, let's try. It's not spawning. Okay. Ah, right. Okay. So if we stop that and reset that, the first one drops automatically, so it should work. Let's see if it works. Bit of time and effort has gone into this one. A little bit. So it should have spawned because it is spawning. Right. Okay. So what we're going to have to do here is I mean, if I could figure out how to do it every so many seconds, that would work. Current time, S time, seconds. So, oh man, if no, that's wrong. No, that's not what I want. I can't think of the command that I want here. Basically, I want to say if it's divisible by 10 or divisible by 5, drop a box. Or if the conveyor belt is not transporting, okay, let me try this. If conveyor 1.gets is equal to false, then spawn a box. So it's going to drop them too quickly because it's not spawning an item. Okay. Oh, I'm going to have to figure out how to do it with time. I'm going to have to figure that out. So I could do 1 a minute. Give me some options here. So 64-bit double precision float data type. But what can I do with it? Sim time divided by 10 is equal to, what do I want to say here? Let's go to the assistant. What is my purpose? Time. Can try and express my request. Maybe this video could provide some insight. No. You're not really helping me, assistant. I'm not asking you the right questions, I understand. I suppose I could do a for loop, couldn't I? So let's say for I, remind me again, for I in range. The thing is, I imagine that's going to happen very quickly, right? I know what I want to do, I just don't quite know how to do it. If I is greater than 9, so every time it hits 10, I now equals 0. Else increment by 1. Should we try that? See what happens. So that's wrong. For I in range 10. What? I'm sure that's what you wrote here. We got my silly things at the end. Okay, so you can see the tick rate is 2 hertz, which is fine. That should be fine. If I is greater than 9, i.e. 10, and spawn everything, I goes back to 0, spawn everything. So I don't think my for loop is working properly. It doesn't seem to be printing either. What do we got here? This is such a simple thing, I just don't know what code do it is. Reset. The barrel there, the barrel will go. Maybe I should be saying, thinking about it, if conveyor 0, it's quite simple. If conveyor.0 dot get is transporting well, that's pretty straightforward. So if the first conveyor hasn't got anything on it, spawn something new. But I want to say false if it's not true. Is it capital F? Will that work? That could do it. That could be the solution to the problem I couldn't figure out for the love nor money. So the barrel's off. Should be transporting a new barrel. So it's a box this time. I could do the first one a bit faster. Why are they all going left? Wait a minute, what's gone wrong there? So if scanner 1 realizes it's a barrel, and set the target speed to that, the current speed is conveyor 1 dick speed. Yes. it accept that? No, I didn't think it would. How do I say and then? Oh, maybe if I get rid of that. No, still invalid, so it doesn't like that. What about and? Just a single one? Not telling me how to do an and. I have to think of a different way of doing it then. This is a very convoluted way of doing it, but I think it will work. Excuse me. Sorry about that. God. Else. It was 5. Right. Oh, what now? Oh, typo. Alrighty then, let's reset. Let's run the code and let's see if we can do it in the time limit that's been set. The first one up is a barrel. That should spawn the next one. Oh no! Bumholes. That was working so well. Wish I just knew what the and command is. If and. So at speed 2, I don't think that was a problem. Or maybe I just got lucky with the code. I think there's probably... I mean, there is an error in my code, for sure. So I got lucky there because it's still a box. Yeah, there is an error in my code. That's gone the wrong way. Ah! Ah! Okay. Just need to know how to say and I think I can get past this. Do you know what? I'm just going to Google it because it's going to irritate me if I can't figure this out. So, Python if and statement. It's just and, lowercase. It's like I tried so many things and it was lowercase and. Right, so if scanner 1 gets an RFD barrel of right, so let's have a little think about this. So if conveyor 1 dot get is transporting is equal to false, and okay, so if conveyor 0 is is equal to false, then spawn. Where's my spawn thing? Where the hell's it gone? Oh, there. Right, so if neither of these things have anything on, spawn something new. If the RFID spots a barrel, set the target speed of that. Don't need the current speed anymore. Right, I think, although that's line 41, although that's got some issues in it, I think because of the timing, it should work. So let's reset that and run. So nothing's going to drop out whilst it's going through the first analysis. So whilst that, when that analysis is complete, what? It shouldn't have dropped a box. That's going the wrong way. Oh, bottom feeder. Right, let me just check this again. Oh, because I forgot to take that code out. Right. So we start the necessary conveyors. Only spawn if past first check. Barrels go left. Okay, good. And then this one says boxes go left. So that is scanner 1, right? See if I can figure out where it's going wrong. So at the moment that's correct. Why is it switched? Oh, have I just got the things reversed? Is it supposed to be the other way round? That's very plausible. I may just have the thingy going back to front. Let's hope. Let's hope. There's always hope. Right, this is a barrel. It should go left and nothing should spawn until it's off the first conveyor belt. Boom. But it has. Why? Maybe I should 𝗬𝐬𝐸 this. This is where I struggle, because I can't visualize what I'm doing. I have to see it. I have to see it not working before I can figure out how to make it working. Now, why has that gone back there again? Let me try and work this out. If the conveyor is transporting, it says no, and it says no spawn. Okay. Well, that's not the case because it is transporting, right? So if scanner 1 RFID tag is equal to barrel, so I think possibly I need to say so if it's not already transporting something and the scanner says barrel, I'm hoping it doesn't change it after that. I've got a typo. Reset, run. You can see why I gave up coding, can't you? It's so simple, and yet my brain won't allow me to do the necessary thinking. I just have to keep trying until I figure out what it is I'm trying to do. But that's going the wrong way. So the barrel is going the wrong way. So wait, hang on. Conveyor 1, it's not transporting anything, and the scanner equals barrel. Perhaps it's because it fell over. So spawn it and then send it. I don't know if that's going to work. Let's try that. It's done it again. So that shouldn't happen. Ah. My logic was back to front. Right, reset. I think this might be it, finally. So the box obviously should go right. But that's wrong. And that's now not spawning. Why? If conveyor 0 is not transporting, and conveyor 1 is not transporting, then set the speed to 0, spawn something, and then speed it up. What's wrong with that? Why isn't that spawning a new thing? Thing is, those detectors lose the scan, don't they? So if both of those are empty, then that's fine. Maybe I do want that separate. Oh. Scanner 2 was wrong. Okay. This time I think it might actually work. Very simple, slight tweaking of some really obvious things. Right, so boxes go right until they get down there, and then they go left. So I scanned it as a box. Nope, see, it's now going the wrong way. Oh, just figured out what I'm doing. I'm doing else. So as soon as the scanner goes blank, it swaps itself. Got it. So if scanner 1 it says barrel. It's at 5. No, that's annoying. Oh gosh. This is a lovely little problem. I'm really enjoying this. Right. It's so basic and I'm struggling with it so much. It's frustrating me. Barrels go left. So if the scanner RFID equals barrel, oh, god damn it. So LF something. Right, I got it. My logic was not ideal. Right, let me just think about this. So if scanner 1 dot get the RFID tag is equal to nothing. If it's equal to nothing, that's not going to work. So if there's a barrel, then we set the conveyor's target speed to go -5, and we keep that speed, right? If it's not equal to barrel, yeah, okay, so if it's equal to box, or I didn't really want to write this much code. I think there's a better way of doing this. I just can't think what it is. Box, or I don't know what they call it, cone. Let's set the target speed to 5. Otherwise, just set it at the default speed. Right, let's try that. Let's reset. Let's run the code. Let's see if it is a cone. Does it even just register as a cone? Yeah, cone. May have to do the same thing down the bottom there. It's registering as cone, but it didn't change the direction it was going in. Yeah, okay. So I think they're the wrong way round. So if the scanner is box, if the scanner is cone, I don't know which way round these are supposed to be. Right, so if it's a box, do that, give me the current speed. If it's a cone, do that, give me the current speed. Otherwise, just keep doing what you're doing already, which is do nothing. Right, fingers crossed. I've got a typo. Line 57. Right, reset, run. I don't think I have any bugs. Here's the bug. Line 57. Conveyor for speed. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I did have a typo. Right, reset, run. Let's hope that works. God, really? Line 57. Conv1 speed. Line 57. Talking about Conv4 speed is set here. Alright, Conv4 speed equals 5. How's that? Does that suit you? Same problem. Right, has that fixed it? Please stop throwing errors at me. Good. Reset, run. Let's hope I've got this right this time. Really starting to upset me. So it knows it's a cone. It knows it's a cone. Cones go that way. Jubbly jubbly. Ah, okay, so it knows it's a barrel, just. No, how is that going wrong? It knows it's a barrel. How the hell is that happening? So if it's a barrel, let's set the target speed to -5 and record that speed. So it doesn't say box or cone. It says nothing. So it should just carry on at the conveyor 1 speed. Does that need to be set there? I don't think that needs to be set there. No, because it's got speed up here. Line 45. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? That's really confusing me. Right, so if the RFID is barrel, then put it on -5 and set the speed to -5, right? Else, if it's a box or a cone, which it wasn't, change it the other way. Otherwise, just set that to this speed, which should be -5. So how is the speed? Changing. I don't understand how the speed is changing. Perhaps I don't need that. Perhaps only change it if one of those three things occur. Let's reset. Let's run. Let's have a look. Boxes go right. God damn it. The box to go left. Yep, cones go right. That's good. Right, I think we finally got it working. Ah, was I overthinking it? Overcomplicating it? Maybe. But, you know, there's a whole other thing. Imagine if something dropped down without a label on it. At the moment, it would just go where the last thing went. Which is not ideal. But as soon as it hasn't asked for that, shouldn't have to worry about it too much. We seem to have the timing sorted out. Everything's... Oh, God, that went really far wide. It should be okay. Let's have a look at their solution.
So, this level is not a tutorial anymore, but it does build pretty closely or pretty strongly on the principles that you learned in the tutorials. So if you are stuck in this level and have not completed the tutorials, I would recommend doing the tutorials first and then coming back to this level. Having said that, let's dive in and look how to solve this level. Before we look into any code for this level, it's really important that you first develop a problem understanding. So what is actually asked of you in this level? Because ultimately programming means really understanding a problem.
Yeah,
really be able to break down a problem into its atomic steps, because that's ultimately what you need to implement. So when we look at the goals here on the right hand side of the screen, you will see that 3 different objects will spawn here at random. So either a cone, a box or a barrel. And you're supposed to dynamically control these conveyor belts such that each of these items reaches its destination. Now, to do that, let's first look at the easy parts of this level. So, do we actually need to control each of these conveyor belts dynamically? No. If you look at this conveyor belt, and this conveyor belt, what do these 3 conveyor belts have in common? Well, they all just need to go forwards, right? There's never a reason for them to slow down, there's never a reason to stop. They just need to go forwards. Because ultimately, there's no decision to be made concerning this conveyor belt, or this one. They just need to propel the objects forward. So that's the first thing we can appreciate, that we only need to concern ourselves with these two conveyor belts and with the measurements of the rangefinders. Because ultimately they will dictate what we need to do about these two conveyor belts. Now, what do we need to do with them? Let's look at the case of the cone. We have one right here, and the range scanner, rangefinder, tells us as much. It says that this object has a tag that says cone. So we know already with this rangefinder that it is a cone. So it's quite easy to detect that we are dealing with this kind of object right now. And what do we need to do then? Well, then we need to set this conveyor belt to move the cone to the right. This one, remember, always goes forward. And then, once we have reached this conveyor belt, we need to go again to the right. So if we see a cone here, we need to move both conveyor belts to the right.
That's interesting.
Now let's reset the simulation. This will trigger another object being spawned. Now we have a barrel. What do we need to do in the case of the barrel? Again, these three conveyor belts, no change required. They always go forward. But this conveyor belt will now need to go to the left. This conveyor belt in the back here doesn't matter in this case, so we could stop it in the case of a barrel to, well, save energy, but that's not implemented in the game right now, that some kind of energy measurements are being tracked. So you could do whatever you want, or just don't change it at all. So now let's hope for a box. There it is. What do we do in the case of a box? Well, the same as with the cone for this first conveyor belt, we need to move it to the right. This one always goes forward, and then this one, well, it's not a cone but a box, so this one something here. But that will be more of a detail later. And another detail that you need to take care of in this level now is that the spawning does not happen automatically. It says as much in the description right here. So only the first object is being spawned automatically. Once we delivered this box, no other object will spawn, but rather you can also click the object spawner. You can spawn objects yourself. So right now it doesn't really work because there's an object, well, where the other one is supposed to spawn, so it kind of breaks. But it means we can decide ourselves when we spawn the next object. Right? We could spawn the next object sometime after we delivered the first one, or we could try and tighten the delivery and spawn the object as soon as we think we are able to process it correctly. Because you see, this level also has an optional time limit goal, and to make this optional time limit, you would have to think about how to improve the speed and spawn objects as quickly as possible. Obviously you can spawn them directly one after the other like this. This doesn't work because if a barrel and a box is on this conveyor belt, well then one would need to go left and one needs to go to the right. That does not work. Okay, so let's step through the code. Let's reset that we don't have so many boxes lying around and look at the code. So the first thing that I like to do in levels that have a time limit is to actually reset the environment at the very beginning. This resets everything to the initial state, but also resets the timer. So you have, well, the full time once the code starts running. Now first let's do the easy part that we discovered right in the beginning. Belts 0, 2 and 3, these three, they always need to go forward. So that's what we do. We take these three belts, in this case it's hard.
Okay, so whilst I think this is absolutely superb, I really think this is a really brilliant game slash tutorial type scenario. I would argue with his logic a bit. So he's got belt 1, which he converts into a variable or an object name of belt A. Yes, A and 1, you could sort of interchange them, but I just think that sort of confuses things a little bit. So I'm just saying, maybe let's not mess around with that. I like what he's done here, though. For B name in belt 0, belt 2, belt 3. Now, I'm not being funny, but he didn't really teach or show us how to formulate this. This is, I guess, an array. And it makes perfect sense to me, but a complete beginner would never, ever be able to jump from those early tutorials to this. Not in a million years. There's a lot of stuff here, a lot of techniques that I don't think were previously shown particularly well. So maybe they could do a little bit more with the tutorial before dropping you in this. Like I was looking for an and an if statement, and I couldn't figure out what it was. You know, maybe just a little bit more information around some of the basics. You know, because even though I knew that and would be a keyword, I didn't know how to implement it. I didn't know how to type it in. And equally, you know, here I don't think he's shown anyone how to do an array. So to drop in an array as part of a solution for this, I think is probably going to rub a few people up the wrong way. And if you are genuinely a beginner, it may be enough for you just to go, I don't understand how he got this logic, because you know, what does that mean? When did that happen? But anyway.
Coded, so the names of the conveyor belts are
feedback for the dev.
Because we found out which one they are, how they are called. Here you see belt 0, here you see belt 3, and over there you see belt 2. So we do just that. We start these 3 conveyor belts. Now belt 1 and 4, I'm calling them A and B in my code later, they need dynamic control. So there we need to dynamically decide if they are supposed to go to the left or to the right, depending on the object identity. And for later we will also need some kind of spawn marker to determine when to spawn in the next object. Now, we also need, of course, access to our range scanners. And in this case I wrote it in one line. We could also pull out the references here out of the loop, but I did it in one line. I'm getting the tag that this first scanner here is reading, and I'm calling it item A because it corresponds to the belt A. And in the back here we have item B, so the tag that the scanner back there measures, and I'm calling it item B because it corresponds to the object on the conveyor belt B. Now, what's next? First, the decision what this first conveyor belt should do. And as we discovered before, if it is a barrel, we need to go to the left, and in all other cases, we need to go to the right. So we are saying, if the item A is a barrel, then the belt A will go to the left. What's left and what's right, positive or negative, you can figure out by looking at the object. Yeah, just saw it here. It's not really good to see here, but here's a little arrow. Unfortunately, it's blocked by the other conveyor belt. Now you see
I never noticed those arrows.
So positive values are to the right and negative values are to the left. So that's the deal for item A and belt A. Next, let's look at item B, back here. So we are moving boxes and cones to the right, and they will land on this conveyor belt and will be hit by the rangefinder B. Now, if the rangefinder B tells us, okay, this is a box, then we need to move it to the left, so negative value. And in all other cases, should only be a cone, nothing else, but we don't really need to check.
That's not true, is it? Because as soon as the cone or the box or whatever is not in line with the scanner, then it's no longer a box. It's now a nothing. So yeah, okay. Actually, yeah, his logic does work.
Then
that's frustrating. That's me overthinking the problem, or over discovering the problem, I guess.
So that's it for the logic to sort the items.
Now look, he's got an OR command here, but I don't think he's ever taught us an OR command in the tutorials. So I think he should maybe just add one more tutorial in where you have an OR, an AND, or an IF sort of solution to the problem. Basically, the long and short of it is I'm salty because it took me so long to figure it out. And it's such a simple solution. But yeah, okay.
What is now missing is the last piece of code to trigger the spawning. Kind of more dynamic code.
Again, sleep 15. I mean, goodness me. If I'd have known that sleep was a key word that I could have used, then my first bit of code probably would have worked fine. In actuality, it would have had bugs and loads of issues in it. But it would have worked, because this is what I was trying to do. I was trying to do a sleep timer.
Before we look into the code, let's try and develop a problem understanding first. If these items are moving along here, well, what can we do? If a barrel is sorted correctly here, then we could also already start spawning in the next item. And if something is on this conveyor belt, then we can also start spawning in the next item. So this way we can...
Okay, so he's using the same logic as me, but the other way around. So he's saying, if this is transporting something, or this is transporting something, then we could drop a new object, because this will be clear, and this will be clear. Whereas I was saying, well, if this is clear, and this is clear, then spawn one in, which is exactly the same logic, but the other way around. I think my system might actually be a little faster than his, but we'll see.
Delivery. So basically, if this conveyor belt is transporting something, or if this conveyor belt is transporting something, then we can immediately spawn in the next object. And that is exactly what the code here is doing. If the conveyor belt with the name 2, I think that's, no, not this one, this is the belt 4, or if the belt 2, if either of those two is transporting something, and some kind of timeout to make sure that we're not doing this again and again, we are waiting at least 8 seconds, and then we are spawning in the next object.
Again, using time controls there, which I mean, how was I supposed to know any of these convoluted commands? It's basically a timer.
And we are placing our spawn marker, basically telling the system, so at second 5 we spawned in the next object. And so
it's also printing the screen, which didn't work for me.
Okay. Have completed.
Let's see it then. How long does it take?
All right, so that's it. So quite a bit more code that you need here in this level. So let's run it and see if it works.
Oh, so this is time down here.
These 3 conveyor belts, and yeah, so this one don't break. Okay, great. Now we see that the dynamic code works. The cone is being moved to the right, and it's also being moved to the right back there. Alright, that's it. Good luck with this.
Oh, I didn't get to see his final time. Shame. Okay, well, you know, it works. It does work. And the premise behind the game is superb. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I really, really like it. I'm just going to take a look at and see what the next challenge is. We've got 3 stars. Look at that. Command sent beats 96%. Time beats 45%. Okay. Ah, now we got leaderboard type things. My score is 54,224. Now this, okay, this is, I'm glad I stumbled across this before finishing off. This is pretty good. So if I submit my score, that puts me 62nd out of everyone who's done it. But I wasn't going for speed, so I'd like to retry. Has that just literally ditched all my code though? That's going to be irritating. I think it has. It's like completely reset all my code, isn't it? Oh no, good. Right, okay. So we don't need this or this or this. So we're going to set all speed to 5. So the first one's going to chuck it down there super quick. Everything's going to be running at maximum speed. Might as well leave that as is. So what I could do here is just take that. I'm not sure if that's gonna. Hang on, open there. For sakes. So we get rid of spawn and just say, oh no, did it again. Get rid of spawn. Does that free up a bit of memory? Don't know if it does or not. Sod it, I can't be bothered. Yep, 𝗏𝗂𝗯𝗏𝗂. Right. Let's run the code. I think it resets my time, does it? No, it doesn't reset my time. So he added a little thing in here which is a little bit cheeky. Oh, Christ. So environment dot reset. So when I run it, it will just reset my time down here, I believe. There we go. Right, so let's see. Let's see if we can do any better than 64th. Is that running at speed of 5? It really isn't, is it? Right, hang on. Let me... I must have slowed it down to be... There we go. Let me stop that. So we don't... It's a bit of a gamble. but we'll rock and roll with it. Set speed to 5. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. See if I can do it. I'd love to get top 10, but we'll see what happens. Bit lucky that the first object is a box, because that's going to be really fast. Lucky that the second object is a cone, because that's also going to be really fast. That was close, wasn't it? Cone nearly came out too early. I mean, that's really efficient, right? Super efficient. We may get an issue when a box follows a cone, but I don't know for sure. 34.93 seconds. So my time beats 73% of people. Just trying to think, how could you possibly do it any faster? I suppose I could think of a way you could do it faster, actually. Submit my new score. Where does that put me? $60 seconds still. Oh. It's not letting me submit my new score. 64,000 would put me where? So I'm actually 23rd. If I want to get top 10, I've got to think of something else. So we need to spawn here quicker, which means this has to run slower. And I already know what I want to do, so reset, go to code. So we set conveyor belt speed to 5. Boom. And then as soon as conveyor 0, then we slow down the conveyor belt. Let's say to 2 and hope that I've timed that correctly. So, okay, it's slightly too, whoops, slightly too fast. But, oh, you see what's happened there? My logic has got a bit skew-whiff. It's kind of cool, that almost works, doesn't it? I wonder if I could utilise that somehow. So I suppose I could set target speed to be 5. What was that? Not sure what that's going to do. Time is not defined. What did he call it then?
But rather, binder B tells is transporting something, or F4, or if the belt 2, if either of those two is transporting something, and some kind of timeout to make sure that we're not this one, this is the delivery, so also start spawning in the next item. So, and that is exactly what the code here is doing. If the conveyor belt by the range value, that's kind of more dynamic code.
Sleep 15 he put. Okay, let me try that. I'm just curious if I can squeeze any more time out of this. Okay, so let's run it at the same speed. Let's drop one every 6 seconds. Let's see what happens there. Something not quite right with that code. If conveyor 1... Oh, actually, okay. If conveyor 0 is transporting no... and sleep for 3 seconds, sleep for 6 seconds, no. That's way too long. It's weird. It's like... Ah. Okay. So if get distance is less than 1 and it's a barrel, do your thing. That's what we're after. I suppose I could write it like that, couldn't I? Scan when close. So I could say if scanner dot one get distance is less than 1. And then say if scanner RFID equals barrel, do that. Why is that underlined in red? What do we think? That neater and tidier and faster? I mean, do we even need to do this? Not really, do we? sure we need that either. Right, let's try. Let's find out. Oh, we've got a line 21. Aha. Line 24. Hmm? Not equal to. Okay. That's a syntax error? Oh, I forgot to put the RFID tag bit in. That's why. Right. Line 28. Have I done the same thing? Line 31. Keep forgetting these things. I'm learning every time I get it wrong. I mean, that's a good thing. That's what this is all about. Right, so the cone comes out. It's all about timing now. Okay, obviously that distance isn't enough. Distance is 2. So let's go back into the code and say if distance is less than I'm going to say read distance I think I've deleted my spawn thing, haven't I? By accident. Object spawner dot first dot spawn Okay, right. Where's that in red? Hmm. Bit messy. Okay, the boxes are going left. Well, that's not working, is it? Read distance is not working out in my favour. Let's just keep it at 2.5. Reading it, but it's going the wrong way. Oh, they're both going the wrong way. Hmm. Right, so we start them all running straight away, belt 0, 2 and 3. Just clutching at straws now, making a bit of a mess of it, to be honest. Not spawning. Right. So we'll get them all running, because that'll be quicker. Okay. So they're all up and running. It doesn't matter if they're going in the right direction or not, really. They're all up and running. The scanner 1 and scanner 2 okay, so that finds the value. So I don't need to know the distance then, really. So we'll only pay attention if the scanner ID tag is not equal to nothing. Okay? If it's not nothing, do something. And then we'll say that scanner 1 equals that tag. So if scanner 1 is equal to barrel, that's really clean and tidy. If the scanner has an object in it, Yeah. That's scanner 2. It's really clean and tidy code. All I've got to figure out now is when to drop the next object. What's this called? What's this called? Object spawner. So, object spawner dot first. Right, so we want something to be hitting that. At just the right time. So if we say scanner 1 so if we say scanner 1 dot get distance is less than 3, then spawn a new thing. Let's give that a try, see what happens. Oh, line 26, what have we got here? Line 26. Got my things. Line 38. We've got my things. Okay, run. Top 10 I'm looking for. We'll see. Line 29 has got a bug in it. Conveyor 1 dot set target speed. What is conveyor 1? What? Conveyor 1 dot set target speed -5. Oh, I see what I've done. Right. That's a bit disappointing. There's probably a better, cleaner way of doing that. Right, so when we lose the RFID tag and set conveyor speed to the way 3. Hopefully that'll be enough time to do it. So it's reading it too early. Yeah, okay, I think that'll work. As soon as it gets close to it, slow the conveyor belt down and send the next one. It's just that it's reading it too early. Yeah. So we'll have distance at 10 to start with. And then as soon as we're in, we'll set distance right back down to 2.5. So it won't change direction straight away. I'm confused. Right, so if the tag isn't blank, and it's within the distance, which is 10 to start with, get the tag, set distance to 3. Why is that not reading that the way I'm expecting it to, I wonder? Uh-huh. Right, so if the scanner tag is not blank, so that makes sense to me. It's a box, so it's going right. It's almost working, isn't it? I want to think about this a little bit. Maybe that'll fix it. No. So scanner 1 has got a tag ID. And conveyor 0 is transporting is equal to false. Okay guys, so basically I'm struggling with the linear style of Python, and yes, I know Python is linear, procedural and object oriented. It's multifaceted in that sense, but the way we're currently coding here, it's very much procedural, and I haven't coded in a procedural way for such a long time. I really struggle to think about how to do it. So I've spent probably longer than I'd like to admit, just sort of thinking this through. But I keep finding these little issues. You see this sleep 2 here? If I just hashtag that out and we run it, you see what happens. So what's meant to happen is when there's nothing on this conveyor belt, it sleeps for a second and then drops the next item. Sleep, drop the next item. But as you see, it's dropping 2. And it must be because there's a clock item in there. See how it's dropping 2? It's dropping 2 every time. And that was just driving me mad. Anyway, I've discovered, because it's linear, like a linear, procedural rather, process, I think this might work. I haven't run this yet, so my fingers are crossed. But it should transpire. It should drop 1 now. So it's just off the runner and the next one comes on. Drops the next one now. Okay, I mean, we're lucky these are all going in the same direction. That's 3 in a row. So, I mean, that's going to be pretty fast because we haven't had to change direction or anything. Right, here's a barrel. Now, it should be going the opposite way for a barrel, but it's not. So why did it not go the opposite way for a barrel? I mean, it's caught up with itself now. I think because the sleep command makes everything sleep. So, like, you see, it's not looking at the box until really, really late. Oh, see, look. That's not swapping over. But why? For God's sakes. So that's looking at it. It says it's a box. And the distance is 2.4 whatever. But it doesn't swap it over. And it's not because per se, my code is wrong. So the distance is shorter than 3. Let's try 3.5. So the tag is box. And the distance is less than 3.5. I don't quite understand. I don't quite understand why that's not working. But that's procedural code. By using that sleep command, I'm not just saying, you know, don't drop another barrel for 2 seconds. I'm saying don't do... Ah, see, that one fell off. That's annoying. I'm literally saying don't do anything at all. Like, stop all code, which is not how object-oriented code works. And it's really throwing me a curveball. I can't remember... I just don't like procedural coding. Why is that being a total douchebag all of a sudden? His cones never fall off there. That's two attempts. Right, we've got a box. So that's 5. Okay, so let's change this to 5. 3.5 seems a little bit late. I want the old wheels spinning before it gets there, regardless of which direction it's going to go in. Right. Fingers crossed. We got 66,000, I think was our highest score. And that puts us 22nd. I just want to get in the top 10, but it's more than that now. It's about... See, I could already trim half a second off that, I think. Quarter of a second. Now, why didn't that start going the other way sooner? See, that's cocked up now. It's because of this pause thing. So if scanner .get RFID tag is barrel, swap it to 0.5. Otherwise go the other way. Okay, let's try it a different way. So let's say as soon as conveyor belt 1 is transporting, then let's sleep for 2 seconds and spawn, and we'll keep the other 2 seconds in there. Let's try that. Here comes the barrel. Instantly picks it up and it starts going towards the barrel. 1, 2, drop the next one. That's a box. Needs to go the other way. Okay, instantly picks it up. Next box, it's the same thing, doesn't matter, so it's just going to keep going. And that one's taken an awfully long time to get moving. Now, why the hell did the barrel end up here? The code is there, but it's just not being read, and I don't understand why. So it's a box. It's going this way. Let's wait until something different comes out. So box, it's going the same way. Right. I hate how when you close the code it starts moving again. Right, so this has no RFID tag. That's why, because it's fallen over. Right, so I tried to fix this before. Right, so stop the code. And what we'll do is we'll say current item. Right, so we have to say if tag is not equal to having nothing, so like when the barrel's fallen over, then the current item gets tagged. So as soon as it comes out, it will get a tag, and then when it falls over, it doesn't matter. So it's got a tag, right? So if that current item so it should reserve the last name, so to speak. Okay. Guess we're going to have to do the same down here. No, there's no barrels here, so the barrels don't really fall over. Do the cones fall over? Let's find out. If scanner 2 dot got REF is not equal to that, then box or cone equals that. So now we're referencing box or cone, not the tag itself. So the get distance thing is irrelevant now. What I might say is, and conveyor 4 dot get are you transporting is equal to false. So just, you know, make sure that it's finished pushing the last thing off before you start changing direction for the new thing. Oh, line 33, forgot to put my little doobries in. Line 33. Oh, I've put not plus as opposed to not equals. I've done it again on line 43. Not equals and pop. Okay. We've got a barrel. Oh, what? Line 46. If box or cone is equal to box. What's the problem with 46? Box or cone is not defined. But it is defined. Because as soon as scanner 2 gets okay, hang on, let me think here. Maybe we could just indent that and make that part the same. Not the same algorithm. Right, so we've got barrels. Barrels go left. Except for that barrel, which jumps off. Annoying barrel. There's an element of luck in this, I guess, now. Okay, boxes go right. The barrels go left. But that didn't go left. Oh, Jesus. Why didn't that go right? Let's try doing the same for both. So it's seen the barrel, but it hasn't seen the barrel. It's seen the barrel really late. So why is it not seeing the barrel when it falls? So I need to see what that is seeing, basically, don't I? Where's it going to print it then? That's the question. Item, cone, 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 cone. See, look, it's not picking up on the barrel. It's not seeing the barrels. Why is it not seeing the barrels? Weird, it just doesn't, sometimes it doesn't see them. I need to figure out why. That's a barrel. Look, item, barrel. See, it doesn't see it as a barrel. It didn't see it at all. I don't understand why. Let's debug. So that works. See, I don't care. It sees it as a barrel, but that item has spawned and it does not see it as a barrel. So only if it stood upright does it see it as a barrel. So, okay, let's change the speed of that to 4 and see if the barrels stop falling over. That may be the only issue with it. Line 27. Oh, what the hell? Right, see. So we can see that that's a barrel. It's for 2 seconds, it drops a new item. The barrel. Barrel just stays on. Next item. So that sleep command is horrible. It just kills everything. If conveyor 1 that's going to slow everything down so much. I need like another command other than sleep. Because sleep is definitely not helping us. Oh, why did that cone have to fall off? It was going really well. Stop, respawn, run. Didn't swap for the box, did it? Just ignoring the boxes. So many little facets in this. I really like it. And you can really obsess over it. I mean, I'll go to bed tonight, I'll be thinking about this bloody thing. Thinking about which line of code I could tweak to make it go faster. You see how it spotted that? And it started going the other way. So I need to... Gonna to dot get distance is less than 5, let's say. So don't change the direction unless it's within that distance. Took that just a fraction too early, didn't it? 2.25 seconds, and let's increase this from 5 to 6. See if I can beat 66,000. Can't even remember that code now. That's long gone. Now, if it recognises this barrel, which it hasn't at the moment, but now it recognises it as a barrel. It's a real pain in the arse. So we were faster. No stars. Oh, we got a much better score this time, 70,000. That puts us like, that's in the top 10. Only possible if you went all stars for this level. How did I not earn all stars for this level? Well, I got 70,000. I think that's a bug. So that puts me in 7th. Oh, but why didn't I get any stars? Let's try again. Wow, I've been at this for 4 hours. I had no idea. This is the problem with software developers, is we can literally just get hooked on one thing for days at a time, very easily. Yeah, so that's all gone horribly wrong. Actually, would that have fixed itself? Let's say 5.5. See what happens. Right, so we've got a cone. Easily identifiable. That goes left. You have a box. Hasn't identified the box until very late because of the sleep thing. I have to put the sleep thing in, otherwise it drops too many items. That is right on the very, very borderline there. Yeah, see. Not changing quick enough. Not seeing this quick enough. So I think in here perhaps. May very well get inside of itself. Bloody hell. So if let's try that. Yeah, that's what's killing me, is it just doesn't see that it's a barrel until it's far too late. So then maybe we could use that to our advantage. So if the scanner says box, or it says home, maybe I've stumbled on something here, and go that way, and then we don't need any of this. We can just say else, go the other way. of that as well. That's fast. I feel like it's susceptible to failure. And it's very much reliant on what things you get in which order. But it is fast. Yeah, that's got to be fast. We only got 2 stars. There you go. Beat 88% of people this time. Look on the leaderboard, 73,280. That puts me 3rd. But again, oh, this is unfair. Didn't get all 3 stars. Why don't I get all 3 stars? What are the 3 stars? Maybe I'm actually not getting all 3 stars and I've not realised. Don't do any incorrect deliveries. There's only 2 stars there. 2 optional goals. So that, deliver 8 items, don't do any incorrect deliveries, and do it in less than that time. Okay, well, like I say, it is potentially capable of failing. Let's see what we don't do here. Which star are we not getting? There you go, see? You got held up that time and now we got 2 items too close to each other. Let's see what goes on. And that's the thing, you know, whoever's first, their system might only work perfectly once every 400 attempts. But because it's faster than everybody else's, that's it. They're first, and that's the end of the conversation. And that's just the way that is. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, that's definitely not changing soon enough. Do we get a bit lucky there? 63.14. It's 89% of people. Oh, I forgot to look at the stars, but 1, 2, 3 stars according to that. But here, I haven't got the 3 stars, so I don't get... Oh, it's put my name in 3rd. Okay, so we are 3rd. And that time wasn't as good. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'm happy with that. Command sent. I beat 98% of people, so I really cut down on my code there. But I used a lot of memory and LOC. Wasn't very good at LOC, but yeah. Beat 89% of people's time. So, right, okay. Anyway, that, in a nutshell, in a 3-hour nutshell, I'm gonna have to cut this down. It's too long. But in a nutshell, that is a fantastic game. I really, really, really like it, and I really hope it can really go into extreme levels of complexity, like, you know, are they going to start introducing object-oriented procedures? You know, am I going to be able to create classes and things like that? Just phenomenal. Really very, very, very impressed. I am hugely impressed. And that could just keep my mind busy for hours and hours and hours, especially with the leaderboard thing. I think that's a stroke of genius. That really makes it something special, because you got a challenge then. You're like, okay, how can I be better? It's not a case of I'm the best. It's a case of, wow, somebody's done that faster than me. Somebody's done that using less memory than I have. How have they done that? I'd like to try and figure it out. And if they've shared their code, I can look at it and maybe I can learn something from them. But even if I don't do that, you know, if I just sit there for hours and try and work it out and I get myself up to the first place, then I have learnt something. I've learnt a lot by doing that. And when you're learning to code, that's one of the most important things in the world, is learning all the little intricacies. And what about if I swap this around and that around? You know, if I do it in this order, if I do it in that order. It's fantastic. It's, you know, it's brilliant for that. I cannot rate this highly enough. I just love what they've done. I think it's brilliant. I'm super impressed. Anyway, that is definitely enough from me. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, take care. Goodbye for now.